Oh, good Friday afternoon, Midlands. I'm Chief Meteorologist Efren Afante here with three. Well, good Friday afternoon, Midlands. I'm Chief Meteorologist Efren Afante here with meteorologist Corey Smith. We've got some updates since the last time we were on Facebook Live, so let's get right to it. This is what we're seeing right now. On satellite and radar, or rather on Max Storm Doppler radar, you can see that we're now getting very colorful, and this is what we're going to be talking about, what all these colors represent. At this time right now, as of 4:03, radar is indicating, especially in the areas of Lexington, Richland County, there is rain, but likely more of freezing rain that's coming down. In the areas as you head towards southern Kershaw County, it's likely still freezing rain, rain to freezing rain, and this pink denotes a little bit more of a mix of sleet and freezing rain. This is a little bit further away from the radar, so I caution whether this is actually more sleet, but nevertheless, it is some mix of freezing precipitation on the tune of either freezing rain or a mix of a little bit of sleet. The same thing goes into areas of Sumter County, Clarendon County. In Calhoun County, this is probably going to be mostly freezing freezing rain. And then when you get into Orangeburg County, we may have a little bit of freezing rain, but right now it's probably going to be mostly rain. Now, let's get into far western Lexington County and then the extreme county lines of southern Newberry and eastern Saluda. This is depicting we probably have more of a mix of freezing rain and sleet. And then as we get into areas of Aiken County, and notice here, this is starting to get a little bit of grayish or white. That denotes snow. But I caution, as far away as it is, it's very likely in areas of southern Saluda, eastern Edgefield, northern Aiken counties. This area is probably more of a mix of sleet and maybe a few snowflakes. But the snowflakes, I give it a very big caution. Here's the last 30 minutes. And if you notice, this is only 30 minutes, and a lot of the precipitation that was green, and you guys remember during severe weather, we always see the green and the yellows and the reds, and that's rain. But now the colors are starting to switch over. The radar indication that some of this stuff is now turning to freezing rain as opposed to just rain. And that's just over the last 30 minutes. Here's the weather setup of what we have now. Unlike what we talked about earlier, about an hour and 2 hours ago, temperatures are now slowly dropping below freezing. Bishopville's at 31, but A good portion of the eastern half of the Midlands are now at least at the freezing mark. When you go into pretty much the western half or the southwestern half of the Midlands, temperatures are still slightly above freezing. Winds have picked up though. Now most of the wind profiles all throughout the Midland communities are at least 10 to just almost 15 miles an hour, generally coming out of the northeast. So colder air is pushing in. It's not dry air, but notice the wind chill. Wind chill in Bishopville is 21. The highest wind chill right now is Lexington at 28. So the colder air is definitely pushing in. The atmosphere is starting to drop temperatures, and we suspect that all the precipitation is going to start switching over shortly into some kind of winter precipitation as opposed to just rain. Here's the update from the National Weather Service. A winter weather advisory is still in effect for the southern Midlands and the western Midlands. Here's the update. The winter storm warning not only continues for Kershaw and Lee counties, but now also includes Fairfield, Lexington, Richland, and Sumter counties. Let's break it down of what we're actually looking at here. The winter storm warning for the north, central, eastern Midlands, and then extends into the PD. Then we have the winter weather advisory for portions of the upstate, the western Midlands, the southern Midlands, and all of the low country, and even the Grand Stream. Horry County is still under an ice storm warning. Now for us, what specifically does this mean? As far as the precipitation, for our northern, eastern, and central Midland counties, we got the freezing rain and the sleet that's happening now. By sunset, so within the next hour to 2 hours, everything in these counties are going to change over to sleet. As we get into later on this evening, timing is fluid, but let's just say from north to south, you're looking at the potential of this switching over to mostly snow from about 7 o'clock in the far northern Midlands all the way to about Divine Street to Sumter Highway by about 11 o'clock, give or take an hour. Okay, when we talk about the western and southern Midlands, so Calhoun, Orangeburg, Clarendon, Saluda, as well as Newberry counties, we've got the showers and the freezing rain that's going on now. As we get to the next hour or two, it's going to be changing over to mostly sleet. There'll still be mixed with freezing rain. As we get into later on this evening, pretty much everything is going to turn into just about all sleet. Can we rule out some snowflakes in the western and southern Midlands? No. You could see some snowflakes, but we're not looking at an accumulation, at least at this point. Now, here is the current setup all throughout the Tri-State. And note, we have a lot more snow now developing in northern Georgia, into the leeward side of the Appalachians, into the high country, as well as into the upstate. And a lot of precipitation along and south of I-20, all the way to the South Carolina coastline, in the Midlands in particular, are turning over now to a mixed precipitation. But look at all the moisture, all of the rain that's still moving through southern Georgia. And if you look at the track, it's all heading directly into the Midlands. Now, meteorologist Alex Calamia and meteorologist Daniel Bonds has been covering this all morning, and now I'm joined with meteorologist Corey Smith. And Corey, we know that things are going to start changing. The question is, how much and when?
Yeah, that's right, Efren. And the thing with this system right now is that we have the cold air in place. So here in Columbia, we've gone without measurable snow for almost getting close to 3,000 days now. That looks like that could be coming to an end. With this precipitation falling and with that cold air in place, it's really just a matter of time before we start to see that switch over. So you can see that we're sitting at 32 degrees right now in Columbia, and like we talked about, we do have that cold air in place. You're going to see as you put things forward on the models, we already have that mixed precipitation. So in fact, I think the model may be running a little bit warm here in terms of where we're starting to see that switch over. But moving forward as you go throughout the evening, like Efren mentioned, we're going to start to see things switch over to more of a sleet wintry mix. And then once you get towards 8 to 9 p.m., I think that's when we start seeing a snow transition for at least our northern and our western, or northwestern, I should say, counties. Once you get towards the I-20 corridor, maybe a little bit after 9 o'clock is where we start to see that transition to snow. That should continue as we go towards the night hours, so getting close to midnight, and you can see a very narrow band of snow precipitation here. So we're really expecting things to be really confined where this does set up. To the south, it's going to be freezing rain, and that's why in some of our southern counties we're not expecting much in the way of accumulations. Right around midnight is when we expect the precipitation shield to start working off towards the north and east, and with that we're going to see our chances for winter weather coming to an end. So how much are we expecting? Well, right now the latest model from the HER putting out around 2 inches really along the I-20 corridor, and that heads up towards Florence and eventually into North Carolina. So there is the expectation that we will see some accumulations. Now, will it be 2 inches? We'll have to see. Right now I think there's the thought that we'll probably get a coating to about 1 inch in many locations. Once you head up towards Camden, Bishopville, maybe getting closer to 2 inches in some of those locations, but it's going to be a very narrow band. So really not expecting a huge amount of snow with this, but enough to cause some concern. And the reason why, well, you can see as you go between now and 6 p.m., rain and sleet mixing in, and temperatures are at or below freezing. So untreated roads could start to get slippery, but as you head towards the evening and night hours, we're going to start to transition over. And with temperatures expected to be in the 20s, anything that is liquid right now does have the chance to freeze. So even though we're not expecting much snow falling as you head towards 10 p.m. and into the overnight, whatever is on the ground could become very icy and very slippery. And that's going to be the big thing as we go into tomorrow morning, with temperatures getting down into the 20s, wind chills in the teens. Anything on the ground will make for a pretty dicey commute. So I think the best options right now is probably to stay off the roads in, I would say, the next 2 to 3 hours as we start to see that transition over towards more wintry weather. So let's take a look at least over the next 36 hours, because that's all that really matters here. Down to 23 degrees as we go into tonight with that winter storm warning in effect. Seeing that switch over to snow, especially as you go along the I-20 corridor and towards the north. Tomorrow, we're only getting up to 40, so temperatures will be below freezing for a good portion of the first day. So anything on the roads that is there is not going to go away. It's not going to melt, and that's kind of what we're watching there. And then we're cold once again as we go into Saturday night, Sunday morning. So just a very cold setup, and it looks like we could end up seeing some of that wintry precipitation as we go forward.
Now, I will tell you, Corey, at the rate we're going right now, the one thing that we're definitely going to be watching is the amount of precipitation that's going down. Here's the latest radar loop. Again, we were showing this earlier, but right now what we have is even a bigger setup. The rain is starting to now transition over into sleet and snow. And this is the latest shot right now. Just in the last 15 minutes, now the radar's starting to switch over to maybe the possibility of more sleet in Clarendon County, as well as in Kershaw, Lee, and northern Sumter County. But the big thing to watch, this is just a 15-minute loop. A lot of the green is now switching over to pink and purple, and this is indication that at the surface now the temperatures are at least conducive enough for the precipitation to start switching over into more of a winter mix. Now we're going to have a lot more information on this, the latest information on the road conditions as well as the weather and all of the school closings and all of the closings that we may possibly have for the weekend when you join us today on Friends at 5. That's coming straight up at 5 o'clock here on News 19. But for now, we're returning you back to your regular scheduled program.
Right now on Friends at 5, we've got reporters all across the Midlands covering this winter storm. On your side and in your neighborhood if the snow begins to fall.
And as we watch over the last hours, some of the Midlands may be looking at snow now. The question is, how much of us are going to get snow? We'll talk about it in your forecast on Friends at 5, starting right now.
Good evening, and thank you so much for joining us for Friends at 5 tonight. I'm Andrea Mock. Darcy has the evening off. All right, we have got the rain coming down in most areas of the Midlands, and as we know, the temperatures are starting to fall, so we should expect to see some freezing rain soon. We want to get right over to the man that has been working this storm all day, Chief Meteorologist Efren Afonte. And what's the latest, Efren? Because you know everybody watching us right now is saying, where's the snow?
Well, that's an interesting thing because this is the current radar loop. Now, I've put in the precipitation type that it's showing, at least by radar. Many areas, as you can see, in the Midlands, it's a lot of pink, purple, and white. The pink is freezing rain, the purple is sleet, the white is snow. But when I step outside the station, and more importantly, we'll look at the temperatures, this is very likely what's happening, which we're dealing with a lot of light showers strewn throughout the Midlands. There may be a little bit of a transition into maybe some freezing rain, but overall, the big picture is that the precipitation is already here. Now, when we take a look at the entire state, if you notice, there's a lot of snow that is coming down now in portions of the upstate and possibly the PD. The switch over now is occurring in portions of the eastern PD and out towards the Grand Strand. But notice, still a lot of rainfall in the low country, and still all that precipitation in Georgia is heading our way. We do have a winter weather advisory and the new winter storm warning. First, talk about the winter storm warning. This covers Fairfield, Kershaw, Richland, Lexington, Sumter, and Lee County. The freezing rain or rain we have now may change over to sleet, but as we get into the next few hours, it's all going to turn to sleet, and possibly later on tonight, we're going to see snow flurries. Now, for the western and southern Midlands, for Newberry, Saluda, Aiken, Calhoun, Orangeburg, and Clarendon County, the showers now may be a little bit of freezing rain, but soon it's going to start changing over to mostly freezing rain and sleet, and by later on tonight, it's going to be all sleet. Now, look at these current temperatures right now throughout the state. Most of the Palmetto State is just around freezing and a little bit of above, so it hasn't dropped yet. In downtown Columbia, it's light rain, 32 degrees with northeast winds. So this is what we're expecting. For tonight, as we get into the early morning hours, it'll switch over to sleet and snow flurries, a low of 23 with a wind chill, probably more like 24 to 14. As we get into tomorrow, it'll be done. A few clouds, a high of only 40 degrees. But the important thing, Andrea, is we're watching as this all stuff is going to turn into a wintry mix in the next few hours. We'll talk about that in just a few minutes.
Yes, we know and expect things to change as soon as the temperature starts to drop. So that's where we're at. The combination of freezing rain and sleet and snow could make for a few troubling spots along the roads. And News 19 has got you covered. We have crews throughout the Midlands tonight, all hours, covering the communities where we expect to see the winter weather. And we are going to start tonight with News 19's Ty Wong in Fairfield County, where we know in many spots, Ty, they're still recovering from the ice storm. What are you seeing right now?
Yeah, that's right, Andrea. Luckily, all that power and water has been restored after last week's storm. But talking about right now, the rain just started falling within the last half hour. Now, as you just heard Efren say, you know, it potentially might turn into some sleet or some snow later on this evening as those temperatures do drop. But looking at road conditions right now, as you can see here in downtown Winsboro, things are fairly clear. The roads are kind of getting a little more wet as the rain continues to fall. Now, the director of the Fairfield County Emergency Management says that all the roads here in Fairfield County, they've been treated all week long after what happened this past weekend.
Yes, we work very closely with the South Carolina Department of Transportation, our county partners here with them, and they have been treating the roads. And they treated them well before the last event, and they've been continuing to do so this week, given this upcoming event.
Now again, as you can kind of see behind me, the roads are fairly clear right now and they are dry. Now coming up on News 19 at 6, I'll have more details on how they are preparing to ensure that power doesn't go out this time around. But for now, reporting live in Winsboro, Ty Wong, News 19 WLTX.
All right, thank you so much, Ty. Well, as we heard Efren and Alex explain, this weather was supposed to affect more of our eastern parts of the Midlands, including Sumter. So we want to check in live now with Sumter, where we find News 19's Kaylin Hagwood. Kaylin, how are the conditions there right now as the temperatures start to fall?
Well, Andrea, the rain is just now starting to come down, and we're actually starting to see some signs of some freezing. If you look right here behind me, the stop sign already starting to get some of those icicles on it that give us that indication that freezing rain is occurring. Now, the reason that I'm at this spot, though, is because of the winter shelter there. It is typically open when it gets cold outside, but it's going to be open for 24 hours tonight and tomorrow to help make sure that everyone in need has the resources that they need to get through this storm. And that's just part of the process that the county has been doing in order to make sure everyone stays safe throughout the storm. They've also been salting roads, and local law enforcement say that they'll be increasing patrols to make sure everyone stays safe. I want you to hear directly from the emergency shelter director about what they're doing and how you can help get the word out.
Just get the word out. Let people know, because we're providing a service that is definitely needed, because I'd much rather have them here than freezing on park benches. So if you see anybody, even if you don't know them, stop, tell them 215 Magnolia Street is where they can come in this weather to make sure that they're able to be warm and fed during this time.
All right, and as a reminder, local law enforcement is saying if your power does go out today, to not call 911, but rather call your power company, as they are the best resource to help. Reporting live here in Sumter, Kaylin Hagwood, News 19, WLTX.
Yes, that is a good reminder, Kaylin, and go ahead and program the number for your power company now in your cell phone. That way you don't have to be looking for it when you need it. All right, sticking with the eastern part now of the Midlands in Kershaw County. People there are expecting their second winter storm in less than a week, and that's where we find News 19's Walker Lawson in downtown Camden. It's a beautiful area. Walker, how are the conditions there now?
Well, Andrea, as you mentioned earlier, temperatures are dropping and we're beginning to see rain here in the area. Now, if you take a look behind me, roads are a little wet and we don't see many people out and about today. And so not many cars on the roads or people walking. And that's because many restaurants and stores on downtown Camden closed earlier today. And we spoke to one who said safety is their top priority.
With having some younger employees, we've decided to close early. Business has been a little bit slow and just want to get everyone safe home.
And residents like Janie Chestnut hit the roads earlier today to buy the items they need, like food and batteries, in case they lose power.
I'm coming out here to prepare myself to get like water, food, non-perishable food items, stuff in my house and everything. So, we can have everything we need. Hopefully the storm don't get worse like it was last week. Hopefully we'll be good.
They're also listening to their local officials like Sheriff Lee Bone, staying off the roads as much as possible, especially during the peak time when snow and sleet could blanket Kershaw County.
Drive slow. Keep a distance between other vehicles. Don't set your cruise control, just the basics.
And now, as we mentioned, many people are hoping to see a snowstorm and not an ice storm this time. They said it's been a while since they've seen a nice snow here in Camden. In Camden, I'm Walker Lawson, News 19, WLTX.
All right, Walker, thank you so much for that update. And as temperatures continue to drop in our state, more and more teams are responding to the conditions, and now we know that the State National Guard is joining these efforts. The activation comes after Governor McMaster declared a state of emergency, like we told you a couple days ago, ahead of the weekend's winter storm. South Carolina National Guard will use personnel and equipment at several spots throughout the state to keep major roadways clear and allow first responders to respond to the citizens. In preparing for another winter storm, crews with the State Department of Transportation have been out there. You heard our reporters talking about this. They can pre-treat the roads and spread brine and salt throughout the state. Here you can see the trucks that were pre-treating in Kershaw County on I-20. The department urges you not to drive in freezing conditions if you can avoid it. If you absolutely have to go out for something, they say stay slow and stay safe. And this is an ever-changing condition. Just because you don't have snow or freezing rain in your area right now doesn't mean it's not coming or things won't drastically change in an hour. So now is the time to keep up with your News 19 team. You can, of course, download our News 19 app. You can also make sure to follow all of our meteorologists on their social media pages. I like to make sure to follow them on Twitter because they pretty constantly update that throughout the day and give you the latest as it happens. And in the meantime, how about you be our reporter during this winter storm? If something exciting is going on in your backyard and you can safely take a picture, go ahead and text it to us, 803-776-9508. Just make sure to put your name on it and where you're texting from so we know where you're watching from and what the conditions look like in your area. Or you can also go on Facebook if you prefer. Just go to WLTX Weather Watchers Facebook page and post the pictures there of what you see going on in your neighborhood, and you might just see them in one of the newscasts right here on WLTX. All right, just because we have some winter weather doesn't mean we can ignore what else is going on in the state. And once again, COVID-19 numbers extremely high in South Carolina. DHEC says there are close to 14,000 new infections and more than 55 deaths have been reported in our state. The percent positive sitting very high. It's just under 33%, meaning 1 in 3 tests that are given in our state are coming back positive. And of course, that doesn't count for the take-home tests. Those are just the people that go and test through DHEC. So taking a closer look now, if we break this down by counties, Richland, Lexington counties, they are seeing extremely high number of cases. The only other high county like that is Greenville with 1,363 cases. And again, South Carolina seeing 13,000, more than 13,000 cases today in our state. DHEC announced today that it is giving out its first shipments of rapid COVID tests for at-home use, and the agency has ordered more than 2 million tests. They now say they've received about 140,000 of them to be given out to DHEC's public health departments across the state. So they are going to be available starting on Monday. You should visit DHEC's testing locator to make sure your local health department has these test kits available. But again, you can go now to DHEC to get a free at-home test that will start on Monday. Over in Sumter, drive-through community testing will be available at the Sumter Civic Center on West Liberty Street starting this Monday. That site's going to be open at 9 in the morning. It'll run till 3 in the afternoon. Pre-registration is recommended but not required. For more details, you can visit DHEC's website at scdhec.gov/COVID-19. All right, now for an update on a story that everybody is following. Today, Attorney General Alan Wilson said the state grand jury is charging former attorney Alex Murdaugh with 23 new charges. Murdaugh is charged with 19 counts of breach of trust with fraudulent intent and 4 counts of computer crimes. This brings the total number of charges to 71, alleging a total fraud of almost $8.5 million. He is currently still in custody right here in the Midlands at the Richland County Jail. The West Columbia Police Department is asking for your help to find a missing teenager. Here is her picture. She is Jessica Rodriguez. She is 17 years old and she is a Hispanic female. She's about 5'6". She has black hair and brown eyes. She was last seen at her home on Wednesday. If you have any information on where Jessica is tonight or family is worried, please call Crime Stoppers 1-888-CRIME-SC. All right, we have got a lot more to get to after the break. When is the winter mix going to hit your area? We'll check in again with your forecast next. All right, Efren, I'm just going to say this again because you know this is all anybody watching us wants to know. So now we know when we do get some flurries, it's going to be nighttime, but you're still pretty positive we're going to see some flurries?
There's a very good chance that most of the Midlands will see at least a snowflake, or as Daniel Bond said last Sunday, maybe a novelty snowflake. Now, just so you're aware, we do have winter weather advisories and winter storm warnings covering all of our Midland communities. The winter weather advisory for Newberry, Saluda, Aiken, as well as Orangeburg, Calhoun, and Clarendon counties is until 7 a.m., while the winter storm warnings, also until 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, is for Fairfield, Kershaw, Lee, Sumter, Lexington, and Richland counties. This is what's going on right now, and it's very deceiving when you look at the radar, because the radar is depicting that even though all of this is moving very slowly, and it is precipitation, that it's indicating that everything along and north of I-20, from Aiken all the way up to Lee County, is probably coming down in the form of either freezing rain or sleet. The pink is indicating that we're probably looking at rain or freezing rain transition, and that covers lower Richland, central Richland, southern Lexington, and everyone south of that. And then you see a little bit of green where there's rain in the low country. But the reality is that the air temperatures at the surface, when all of this stuff comes down, is likely in the form of rain. And it is worthy to note that there's not a lot of precipitation falling right now in areas of far western Fairfield, and as well as Newberry and most of Saluda County. So at least at this time, you can definitely say that there's precipitation coming down in most of the Midlands, but it's very likely very light rain that is starting to switch over to, at the very least, freezing rain or even sleet. The current air temperatures all throughout the Midlands are at least at freezing, right at 32 degrees, but it's prevalent to note that Kershaw, Lee, and Sumter counties are now reporting just a little bit under. So we may have the freezing precipitation more so in the northeast, and the winds are coming out of the northeast steadily at up to about 10 to maybe 15 miles an hour. The wind chill, this is the noticeable thing. Wind chills right now, for the most part, by and large, are in the mid to upper 20s. So what does this mean? The transition that we're looking at right now, solely for the Midlands, is going to occur sometime this evening, anytime between now to tonight, and the switchover could be freezing rain, sleet, or snow. So it's important to understand that we're watching it very carefully, but more importantly, meteorologist Corey Smith has been looking at the analysis of, Corey, we're looking at, a lot of people wants to know, when am I going to see snow?
Yeah, and it looks like that transition is on the way. You can see there is a lot of moisture across the southeast going all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico. So we're really just starting to start things out here across the Midlands. We have quite a few hours of seeing precipitation fall. So don't worry, it looks like we will eventually switch over to snow for many of us here across the viewing area. So let's time things out and talk about what we can expect. It's going to be more of this wintry mix, some freezing rain, maybe some sleet mixed in over the next few hours. But as we head towards 8 to 9 p.m., I think that's when we start to see the transition, at least in the northwestern counties, over towards snow. And that's going to work towards the south as we head into the overnight. And we do expect some accumulations here across the Midlands. As we head into tomorrow, it's going to be downright cold. Temperatures in the middle, maybe even some lower 20s, wind chills in the teens. So let's walk you through what to expect as we go throughout the rest of tonight. And you're going to see we have that wintry mix in place, temperatures already below freezing. So that's not an issue. It's more so seeing this rain or whatever is falling starting to build in a little bit more over the next few hours. And you can see as we head towards 7 to 8 o'clock, we're starting to see that transition over towards snow along and north of the I-20 corridor. So that's what it looks like. We could be switching over to a light to moderate snow. As we head into the overnight, well, that continues as you get towards about midnight. Temperatures, you can see, are in the upper 20s. So anything that's liquid on the ground will very likely freeze. So slippery road conditions as you head throughout the overnight. Around 1 to 2 a.m., precipitation already working out and our winds still coming out of the north. So that's when we really start to feel that wind chill kicking in, feeling like we're in the teens overnight. And then look at this, as you go into tomorrow, temperatures are still in the 30s, right around freezing around 10 a.m. So anything that is frozen on the ground won't be melting before we get to around noon, where we do get into the upper 30s. So overall, a pretty chilly day across the Midlands. So let's talk about snow amounts right now, what we're seeing in some of the models. And right now, the consensus is around an inch or maybe more as you head towards Camden, Bishopville, towards Sumter County as well. And that's generally the thinking. So we've already started to see a glaze of ice, even here in Columbia. So some freezing rain is going to be possible over the next few hours, but really along the 95 corridor is where we see more of the, I would say, widespread impacts with that. And as for snowfall, you can see really just isolated along the I-20 corridor as you head further up towards the north and east. Well, we do have that chance of a little bit more snow as we head down towards Aiken County. Maybe some flakes, maybe a dusting there. Here in Columbia, I think right around an inch of snow on the ground is a pretty safe bet for the event as we're looking at it right now. Looking past what we're seeing in the 7-day forecast, 40 degrees tomorrow, the wind chill down to 17 in the morning with plenty of sunshine, so a very blustery and cold day. Behind that, we stay cold. Temperatures are going to be below average for the rest of the week. Maybe some rain moving in on Tuesday, but really looking like this cold weather continues behind this system. Back to you, Andrea.
I'm not sure that's what we wanted to hear. I think people wanted to see their little snow and then for things to warm up, but we will just have to wait for the warm up a couple more days. All right, stay with us. More Friends at 5 and more headlines right after the break. Keep it here. The Biden administration is raising the minimum wage for federal workers. Government agencies are being directed to boost minimum wage to $15 an hour by January 30th. The largest share of government workers who don't meet that level of work at the Defense Department, so they will still be making less. Some major economic news today. Intel announced it will invest $20 billion in a new computer chip facility in Ohio. This comes amid a global shortage of microprocessors used in everything from phones to cars to video games. The U.S. share of the worldwide chip manufacturing market has declined in the past 3 decades, and shortages have become a potential risk that many businesses don't want to deal with. Intel says it will build 2 chip factories, which will create 3,000 jobs and 7,000 construction jobs. Construction is expected to begin late next year, with the production line supposed to be done by 2025. The Select Committee investigating January 6th attack on the Capitol is asking Ivanka Trump to tell what she saw and heard in the White House before and during and after the assault on the Capitol. In a letter, the committee says it's learned some White House aides sought Ivanka Trump's intervention to get her father to address the lawlessness and violence. The committee's request comes the same day as Atlanta's top prosecutor requested a special grand jury to help investigate whether the former president interfered with Georgia's 2020 election results. And an update on Gabby Petito now. Today, FBI officials confirmed that before he took his own life, Brian Laundrie wrote in a notebook that he was responsible for Gabby's death. The notebook was found in the Florida park where Brian's remains were found. Laundrie had been a suspect of a week-long manhunt when his body was found. His death was said to be a homicide. The couple set out on a cross-country road trip, documenting it on social media, but Laundrie later returned home to his family's home in Florida alone without Gabby. All right, we will be back with more headlines and, of course, more talk of the winter weather that's coming, y'all. Stay tuned. That's next. Now, thank you so much for sticking with us for the second half hour of Friends at 5. I'm Andrea Mock. Darcy is enjoying an evening off, and I know many of you want to be enjoying some snow. It's okay. We get it. Our team says it is coming. Let's check right in with Chief Meteorologist Efren Afonte now, who's monitoring the conditions outside. Efren, how are things changing?
Well, they're changing literally every 5 to 10 minutes. One thing that hasn't changed, at least over the last half hour, are the advisories and warnings. First, we definitely have a watch, an advisory rather, in effect for portions of the western and southern Midlands. This weather advisory will continue until 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Then we have winter storm warnings for the central, northern, and eastern Midlands, also until 7 o'clock in the morning. This is what's occurring right now. On high-definition Doppler radar, there's a lot of colors other than our typical green of rain. It's indicating that we may have some snow and some light flurries. Let me emphasize, light flurries or sleet in the northern half of Kershaw County, and then southern Kershaw County into Lee and maybe Sumter County may be sleet or freezing rain. I just got a report. J.R. Berry told me that he got a call from Wedgwood. That's just going to be just to the west of Sumter. That's reporting that there's a glaze over the cars on the roads right now. So the truth is that it's coming down as freezing rain, at least in portions of Sumter County. But by and large, most of the Midlands where it's showing pink is very likely in the midst of switching over from rain to freezing rain. But the overall picture is that all this is slowly moving throughout our Midland communities, but this is showing the precipitation in water. There is a lot of rainfall that yet to still move through the Midlands, although it starts to clear up just a little bit for portions of Newberry, Fairfield, and Saluda counties. Now, here's an important factor. The high today was 41. That was around midnight. The low of 32 was just about an hour and a half ago. Why is that important? Because it's still 32 degrees. It's coming down as rain, but the winds out of the northeast at 6 miles an hour make it feeling colder. Here's what we know. The precipitation likely is already changing over to freezing rain. It will start to change over to all sleet soon, and we could be looking at least the northern half of the Midlands, looking at some snow flurries by mid-evening. But there's no doubt that when the accumulations start by mid-evening, it's going to make the roads slick and hazardous, maybe some power outages, but the temperatures are going to be staying below freezing all night. Now, Andrea, both meteorologist Corey Smith and I will look at the trajectory and what to expect for tonight coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, we will wait for that. Thank you so much, Efren. And because of the weather, we know our schools were closed, state offices were closed today, and that gave many the opportunity to have a day off and maybe enjoy it a little bit. News 19's Becky Buds is in downtown Columbia, where she had a chance to speak with some residents who decided they were going to go out no matter what, no matter how cold it was earlier today. So, Becky, how are residents feeling about the weather?
As you can see behind me, it is quiet here in downtown Columbia as residents wait for the wintry weather to come in. In fact, sidewalks have been empty all day as residents decided to stay home and stay out of the cold. Rain has started to fall around mid-afternoon and temperatures are expected to drop as the day continues. Earlier, I spoke with residents who decided to enjoy the calm before the storm. They told me they're not worried about the winter weather.
Doing like Amazon returns, going to CVS, and decided to maybe get some lunch because since the storm was supposed to be here earlier this morning, I figured, and also I went walking this morning, so not that it looks like I was, but I did, so.
No, I'm originally from New York, so this is not cold. This is nice. Good. Just browsing, got my nails done, and I'm probably gonna go to Urban just to see what they have.
Earlier, I did see Columbia Public Works trucks treating the roads in advance. However, if you can avoid driving, officials urge you to do so. Coming up at 6, I'll have more on how the winter weather is impacting one local business. Reporting in downtown Columbia, Becky Buds, News 19 WLTX.
All right, Becky, thank you. And Gray Collegiate Academy held a groundbreaking ceremony this morning. The school is making some major additions to its campus in West Columbia. They include a new basketball and football fields. The school is also building a new academic wing, including new classrooms.
Student athlete, I believe these new facilities are what our school needs to take our game to the next level. When I first arrived in the summer of 2020, we had to lift weights in the basketball gym due to lack of resources. We now have taken steps to ensure we have proper facilities going forward, and there is no doubt in my mind these new facilities will help to elevate our programs to new heights.
Gray Collegiate is a tuition-free public charter school that's located in West Columbia. All right, we already stressing about the snow, and now tax season is almost upon us to worry about as well. And many people have questions about what COVID-19 related expenses can be deducted on your returns this year. So our Verify team did some digging and has the answers.
2021 was the first full year that we've been in the pandemic, and we're getting a lot of questions about tax write-offs. First is about the cost of masks and other personal protective equipment that health officials in some states still require. So let's verify. Is PPE tax deductible? Our sources are the Internal Revenue Service and accounting firm Cherry Beckert LLP. Taxpayers have historically received a deduction for medical expenses. These are things like doctor's visits or medication that aren't covered by health insurance. The IRS says that also includes PPE, like masks, gloves, and hand sanitizer. So we can verify PPE is tax deductible, but Cherry Beckert says there's a catch. Existing IRS rules require medical expenses exceed 7.5% of your adjusted gross income to qualify, so the deduction won't apply to everyone. Some people have been stocking up on PPE as they get ready to return to the office, but many are still working from home. We've received some questions about whether you can write off some of the expense of having a home office. So let's verify. Can employees write off a home office? Our sources are the IRS and accounting firm Maxwell, Locke and Ritter. The government used to allow everyone to take a home office deduction if they have the setup. That changed in 2017 when Congress passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. It was intended to simplify the process of doing taxes, and that meant limiting, among other things, who can take the home office deduction. The IRS warns only self-employed people, independent contractors, and people working in the gig economy now qualify. Basically, Maxwell, Locke and Ritter explains, if you get a W-2, then you don't get the deduction. So it's false that employees can write off a home office on their taxes, although self-employed people or contractors still can. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
All right, a recall to let you know about if you shop in Lidl stores tonight, you might want to check your bags if you bought some spinach, because the Lidl branded 12-ounce packages of frozen chopped spinach are being recalled because of potential listeria contamination. The recalled spinach was shipped to stores right here in South Carolina. The bags are marked with several codes, including hashtag R17742. If you have one of these bags, don't use it. Go ahead and take it back to the store and get yourself a full refund. And a warning for infant loungers. The Consumer Product Safety Commission wants families to stop using the Leach Co. Products by Leach Co. as well. The warning follows the death of 2 young babies in their products. The agency says that the Podster and the Podster Plush and the Podster Playmate can possibly lead to suffocation. In a statement, the company said their products are safe when they are used as directed. And another recall you should know about. Amy's Kitchen is recalling their vegan organic rice mac and cheese after they found small amounts of milk in it, which of course don't make it vegan. So if you have an intolerance for milk, you should definitely check to see if you have this. It again has a code of 60J0421. You can take it back and get yourself a refund. For the first time in its 224-year history, the USS Constitution has a female in command. Billy Farrell assumed command of the Old Ironsides today during a ceremony in Boston, and she will spend the next 2 years commanding America's oldest ship. The USS Constitution was launched back in 1797 and is the oldest ship still sailing. Oh my gosh, that's so beautiful. Take a moment and look up at your screen and enjoy the look of that ship. It's the oldest commissioned ship in the Navy. Farrell previously served as the executive officer on board the USS Vicksburg. Good for her. All right, coming up next, we are still waiting for the snow to begin in the Midlands. We're going to check back in with our team of meteorologists next. Wet stuff is definitely coming down outside WLTX right now, and we know that it's going to transition to freezing rain as soon as the temperature drops. Where are we standing right now, temperature-wise, in the Midlands, Ephraim?
They're getting at, or not, in fact, dropping below freezing already. I want to show you what's happening over the last 6 hours. See, nothing going on, 2 o'clock, a little precipitation in the form of rain, and then very quickly, in a span of about 2 hours, so between 3 and 5, the radar has been indicating that it is switching over. Now, the truth of the matter is that most of our Midland communities in the central and southern portions either have rain, freezing rain, and particularly along Sumter Highway, freezing rain that is starting to turn a little bit into sleet. In the northern Midlands, particularly in Kershaw and Lee County, we may be seeing a little bit more in the mix of freezing rain and sleet. But overall picture is that the precipitation is covering a good chunk of the Palmetto State. Now, here are all the watches and warnings we currently have. A winter weather advisory for all of the low country, the western Midlands, southern Midlands, and a good portion of the inland Grand Strand. An ice storm warning only for Horry County, while a winter storm warning is in effect for the eastern PD and then for areas of the north, east, and central Midlands. And all of this, for us at least, goes until 7 a.m. Saturday morning. As I mentioned earlier, JR got a phone call from a friend of his in Wedgefield, that's just the west of Shaw Air Force Base, indicating that there is freezing rain coming down. Well, it's conducive that the temperature right now is 30 degrees, while we know here, especially in the Columbia City proper, it's 32 degrees, and we're seeing more in the mix of rain maybe starting to switch over, but the overall picture is that most of the state is just close enough or slightly below freezing. And why is that important? Well, if you remember yesterday, it was a very big warm up down in the low country. Now it's a whole flip-flop. It's a lot colder than it was yesterday in the upstate, a lot more colder when you get into the Midlands, and over 30-degree temperature drop along the coast. And that's the important thing, because temperatures have been dropping since midnight. And the overall picture is that a lot of moisture is still coming up from the Gulf. It's still pushing into Georgia and South Carolina, where northern Georgia and the upstate is seeing some snow. And as far as snow, model guidance out of 4 different models are indicating, and if you look very closely, everybody is saying more or less that we could see at least half to an inch of snow from the central Midlands, and the further up you go, maybe a little bit more. So meteorologist Corey Smith is the man of the hour right now. So we've been talking about snow, but we're also talking about the ice.
Yeah, that's right. We're seeing a little bit of a mix right now, so not really dealing with that snowy weather. But like Ephraim mentioned, you can see all this precipitation. There's a lot of moisture still on the way. So we're really starting to get into this event. It's going to last as we head throughout the next few hours. But unlike our winter weather event last week, look at this, temperatures, like we mentioned, below freezing. So we're not really battling at least warm air at the surface. There is a little bit of warm air above, and that's why we're not seeing snow right now, but we expect that to transition. So you can see right now, the snow line is still north towards the upstate, but as we head throughout the next few hours, we do expect that to creep to the south. So taking a little bit of a look, temperatures in the lower 30s, right around 7 p.m., I think right around 8 to 9 is when we see that switch over from freezing rain to a sleet to snow mix right along the I-20 corridor, so including Lexington, Saluda, Columbia, and towards Camden as well. We're going to see that snowy weather really start to become more widespread around 9 to 10 p.m. And as we head towards the later night hours, that's where we could see a moderate to heavy band of snow showers really developing along the I-20 corridor. That seems to be really the focus of this system, is really right through the heart of the Midlands. As we go towards 11 to 12 o'clock, you're going to see the end of the precipitation work from the west and move to the east. So we're going to see it move out as we head around 1 to 2 o'clock in the morning. Temperatures are really cold though. We're in the upper to middle 20s as you get right around 3 a.m. I expect to be the middle to even lower 20s overnight. So anything that is wet on the ground is going to freeze. So there is the concern about pretty slippery conditions across the viewing area. Temperatures don't get into the upper 30s or even out of freezing until about midday. So we're not expecting much in the way of any melting on the roads right now. So really it's around 8 to 10 p.m. where we expect to start to see that wintry mix transitioning over towards snow, especially in our northwestern counties that work south. By about the overnight hours, we start to see that really more widespread, and by 1 to 2 o'clock, we do start to see at least that threat for precipitation dying down. Icing still remains a concern along the I-95 corridor, but outside of that, just a glaze across the Midlands expected right now. As for snowfall, really it looks like an inch or more as you head towards the north and east of Columbia. So we're going to keep you up to date with this forecast, and make sure to stay tuned. We got more news coming up.
Such sad news overnight. The world is mourning the loss of one of rock and roll's most unique performers and actors, Meatloaf. The singer's family says he died last night at the age of 74, but he was surrounded by friends and family. Meatloaf earned musical immortality more than 40 years ago, if you can believe it, with his album, Bat Out of Hell. Vladimir Duthier looks back at his life and career.
With hits like Paradise by the Dashboard Light, Meatloaf was known for fast-talking delivery and physicality on stage that left a mark for generations. In 1977, he released Bat Out of Hell, which would become one of the top-selling albums in history, with over 40 million copies sold, cementing Meatloaf's place among the industry's hardest workers, not only in music, but in film. Including his scene-stealing performance in 1975's cult classic, The Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Wait! Hey, how you doing?
Overall, he acted in more than 100 shows and movies, including memorable turns in Wayne's World and Fight Club.
My name is Bob.
Marvin Lee Aday was born in 1947 in Dallas. He sang and danced in high school and has said he acquired the nickname Meatloaf as a teenager from a football coach who called him a hunk of meatloaf. After opening for such acts as The Who and Grateful Dead, he eventually relocated to New York City and landed several stage roles. The 90s ushered in a new era of success for Meatloaf with another chart-topping hit, I'd Do Anything for Love. It spent 5 weeks at #1, earning him his only Grammy nomination and win.
I would do anything for love.
Vladimir Dutit, CBS News.
Oh, well, I knew him from the 90s, and back when MTV played videos, that video was on MTV almost every single day. All right, stay with us. More Friends at 5 up after the break.
Well, ice is beginning to form on some metal surfaces across our viewing area. This video was taken by News 19 meteorologist Alex Calamia about an hour or so ago. Images like this expected to be commonplace as we move through your Friday evening. And thanks for being with us now. Darcy has the night off. At this hour, freezing rain being reported across our viewing area, but we're expecting this to turn into some snow later tonight. We're going to bring in our chief meteorologist, Efren Afonte. He's been tracking the latest for days now, and it is finally here. The system's here, Efren. We've got widespread freezing rain right now.
Yeah, in fact, we just got a report from Chief Dennis Ray up in Lugoff indicating that on the Lake Wateree, on the Lugoff side of Lake Wateree, there is reports of freezing rain coming down, perhaps sleet. Not accumulating yet, but it's going to get there. Let me show you what's currently active as far as advisories and warnings. We do have a winter weather advisory for a good portion of South Carolina that doesn't include the western and southern Midlands. An ice storm warning for Horry County, and then a winter storm warning for the PD, North Central, and Eastern Midlands. For our Midland communities, all of these advisories and warnings continue until Saturday morning at 7 a.m. This is what we're looking at as far as the impacts. We're already starting to see the freezing rain and the sleet now in the warning areas where we have the winter storm warning. This eventually is going to turn into sleet, and then as we get into mid to late evening, we could be seeing some flurries, especially in Fairfield, Richland, Kershaw, and Lee counties. Now, as far as the winter weather advisory for for Saluda, Newberry, Calhoun, Orangeburg, Aiken, and Clarendon counties, the showers right now are starting to switch over to freezing rain. They're likely, as we get into the next few hours, go into freezing rain and sleet. But unlike the warned areas, we're very likely going to be seeing mostly, if not all, sleet as we go throughout the evening. Now, the one thing important to understand is that the dynamics of everything as far as the precipitation has been changing. And here's what it's important. This morning after midnight, we hit a high of 41. Late this afternoon, we hit a low of 32. Temperatures are dropping, and even though over downtown Columbia it's 32 degrees and light rain, we are expecting those temperatures to drop. And as the temperatures drop, what we're going to be watching carefully is the transition of all of this precipitation to eventually get to some kind of winter mix, whether it's going to be sleet or snow. So our forecast for tonight, we're looking at a low of 23, a wind chill of 17 with those sleet and snow flurries. Tomorrow, complete opposite, just a few clouds in the afternoon with a high of 40, but tomorrow night, very cold again with a low of 21. And JR, we're going to be tracking what's going to be happening over the next several hours with myself and meteorologist Corey Smith in just a few minutes.
All right, Chief, thank you. We do have crews out and about in what could be some of the hardest hit areas of the Midlands now. Our crews are spread out all over the Midlands. We're going to begin this evening, though, with Kaylin Hagwood, who is in Sumter. Kaylin, this is another winter blast in less than a week now.
Absolutely, JR. And the team here said that they are ready for a second go round at it. The chief mentioned that freezing rain, already starting to see it here in Sumter as that rain drips down here. I'm going to have Chris point up here, and you can actually see some of the signs starting to see that icy rain on those signs. I want you to hear a little bit more about what the teams have been doing across Sumter County to make sure you stay safe throughout the storm. It's all hands on deck in Sumter as winter weather comes through.
Round two, this is the second week that we've had to do this on the weekend. We're definitely getting down into some very low temperatures that usually this area is not equipped for or anything. And I imagine that we're going to be very busy answering phones and trying to help people.
Public Works salting roads in preparation.
We're hoping for the best, but we're prepared for the worst. We do think there will be some ice, and that will determine basically how we will react to situations. Trees down, we will definitely be out cutting trees, removing trees out of roads, salting roads, and just whatever the situation is, we'll react to at that time.
And the local winter warming shelter now operating 24 hours today and tomorrow to keep those in need safe.
Just get the word out. Let people know, because we're providing a service that is definitely needed, because I'd much rather have them here than freezing on park benches. So if you see anybody, even if you don't know them, stop. Tell them 215 Magnolia Street is where they can come in this weather to make sure that they're able to be warm and fed during this time.
Well, businesses downtown have already closed ahead of the storm, and it's a good message. It's one that law enforcement is sharing. If you're at home, they want you to kind of shut down too. Just stay at home. Do not come out in this mess while they work to keep you safe here in Sumter and elsewhere in our Midlands counties. Reporting live in Sumter, Kaylin Hagwood, News 19, WLTX.
All right, Kaylin, thank you so much. Our team coverage is going to continue now as Kershaw County also expected to see some of this frozen precipitation tonight. Walker Lawson is in historic downtown Camden tonight with an update from there. Walker?
Hey, JR. So it's actually really funny. Earlier last hour, we were wondering if it was just raining or freezing rain. And if you take a look at our umbrella that we were using during our last live shot, you can see that all of it has frozen over into ice. So we are starting to see that freezing rain on surfaces, but the roads behind me have not frozen over yet. And one local barber who's still open says he's not worried about the roads freezing over quite yet.
I feel good about it. I mean, it's not that bad yet anyway, but 7 o'clock it shouldn't be that bad. So we're here to serve the community, so that's what we're here for.
And as we mentioned, you can see the roads behind me here. They're just puddling up as of right now, but as the night goes on, we are expecting that to freeze over. In Camden, I'm Walker Lawson, News 19, WLTX.
Good, thank you so much. Fairfield County also monitoring the situation tonight. It was one of the hardest hit areas last week. Tai Wong is there this evening. And what's the game plan there to deal with all of this winter precipitation tonight, Tai?
We are experiencing some freezing rain here in Fairfield County. Now, as you can see behind me, you're going to see a car kind of pass by. They got to slow down because the road right now is looking shiny. Luckily, it is from the rain that we saw earlier at 5 o'clock. But, you know, as temperatures drop, it is going to freeze overnight. Now, on the topic of freezing, the ice storm that we saw last weekend, it left thousands without power and without water here in Fairfield County. Now, I spoke with county officials, and they tell me that they are now ready more than ever for whatever the weather throws at them tonight.
Well, as bad as last weekend was, it did point out some of the deficiencies we have in our systems.
Winsboro Town Manager Jason Taylor says they have improved utilities this week to reduce the chances of any power outages this weekend.
Most of that was equipment failures, and we tried to address those equipment failures by bringing in mechanics to make sure that pumps and generators were ready when we needed them.
Taylor explains they hope the storm stays more south, but crews are prepared for any issues.
We have met with all the staff, especially our utility directors, to make sure that they have the equipment, they have the manpower available to deal with any outages that we may have, any down lines, any trees.
Brad Douglas is the Fairfield County Emergency Management Director. He says the county is at an advantage this time.
Just having recently gone through an ice storm here is that we've already had our response posture set, and we've continued that through this week.
Douglas adds they have also been treating the roads all week to prevent icy roads.
Yes, we work very closely with the South Carolina Department of Transportation, our county partners here with them, and they have been treating the roads. And they treated them well before the last event, and they've been continuing to do so this week.
Now, though the roads have been treated all week long, ice isn't that big of a concern for this time around, but you are encouraged to still please stay off the road and stay safe in your home. For now, reporting live in Winsboro, Tai Wong, News 19 WLTX.
Right, Ty, thank you so very much. Stay warm and dry out there. Our team coverage continuing in Blythewood now. Eleanor Tabone telling us how people there are preparing for the wintry mix.
It's business as usual here in Blythewood as residents go about their normal Friday night routine. Residents aren't panicking, many going about their daily lives ahead of the weekend. The shoppers I spoke to seem to be more excited than worried about the possibility of snow. Here's what one shopper told me.
Because I haven't seen snow here in a long time. And I've been here 20 years now, and I think I may have seen snow twice.
We will continue to keep you updated here in Blythewood as the night continues. For rolling updates, you can head to the WLTX website. In Blythewood, Eleanor Tabone, News 19 WLTX.
Eleanor, thank you so much. As this frozen precipitation spreads across the Midlands, the South Carolina National Guard is responding to what's going on. The activation comes after the governor declared a state of emergency ahead of the weather. The Guard will use personnel and equipment throughout the state to keep major roadways clear and allow first responders to respond to calls for help. To keep up with the latest on what's happening weather-wise, be sure to download the WLTX app. You can watch live coverage and see your updated forecast. You can also connect with one of our News 19 meteorologists. Be sure to check their social media pages for any updates. And we'd love to see your pictures and videos of what's going on in your neighborhood weather-wise. If it's safe to do so, just take the picture or the video. Feel free to text us those photos at 803-776-9508. Be sure to put your name and where you're from, or you can go ahead and join our WLTX Weather Watchers Facebook page and share them tonight and tomorrow. We may use one of your posts in our broadcast. DHEC now giving away 140,000 at-home COVID tests across the state. Starting Monday, you can pick up an at-home test at various public health departments. Each person will get one test kit containing 2 tests each. The health agency has ordered more than 2 million tests and hopes to receive the rest very soon. And remember, the White House is offering 4 free at-home tests for anyone in the country. They're also offering assistance for those who need help ordering those test kits online, for those who have trouble placing an order, or for those who have difficulty accessing the internet. You can call the number on your screen. That top number is for calling 1-800-232-0233, or you can text that second number 1-888-720-7489. Now an update on a story we've been following for several months. A state grand jury has indicted former attorney Alec Murdaugh on 23 additional charges. He is charged now with 19 counts of breach of trust with fraudulent intent and 4 counts of computer crimes. This brings his total number of charges to 71, alleging a total fraud of almost $8.5 million. He is currently being held at the Richland County Jail. Tonight, the West Columbia Police Department is asking for your help to find a missing teenager. She's 17-year-old Jessica Rodriguez. She was last seen at her home on Wednesday. Take a good look here. If you have any information on her whereabouts tonight, you're urged to call Crime Stoppers at 1-888-CRIME-SC. If you received a letter from the IRS about child tax credit payments saying you owe money, it probably isn't a scam. We're on your side tonight explaining why you might be stuck paying some of those payments back. Eligibility for child tax payments came from 2020 or 2019 tax returns. For some families, the information could be outdated if your income went up last year. The law allowing the monthly payment says any excess amounts must be paid back when you file your 2021 tax return if your income is above a certain amount. There are some exceptions for middle and lower income families, but they're limited. And of course, if you don't believe the information in the letter to be correct, it will outline clear steps you need to take if you would like to dispute it. Collegiate Academy is making major additions to its campus in West Columbia. The school held a groundbreaking ceremony today. The new additions include a 30,000 square foot gym as well as a new football field. The school is also building a new academic wing, including classrooms.
What I'm so proud of is our coaches and our student athletes. We never make excuses about not having facilities. They work extremely hard. We were able to still come out and be very successful, from region championships to state championships. But again, to finally have a true home where these kids can come and say, this is our home field, bringing our whole community together where we're not playing all at different areas now. That we'll have that true home feeling and just bringing our school together is what I'm excited about.
Collegiate Academy is a public charter school and is tuition free. All right, still ahead now, our chief meteorologist, Efren Fonte, along with meteorologist Corey Smith, have the very latest on the frozen precipitation that's happening all across the Midlands. That full forecast in just a moment. Well, you may be having some frozen precipitation where you are. We're going to bring in our chief meteorologist, Efren Afonte, and meteorologist Corey Smith. You guys have been tracking this. You've got the very latest for us tonight.
Jared, it's very interesting the dynamics that's setting up because over the last 2 hours, we've been watching this switch over of colors indicating that we're dealing with rain, freezing rain, sleet, maybe snow. The purple right now is showing the possibility of sleet. The pink, possibly freezing rain, and of course the white turning into blue is snow. But we've gotten a lot of reports from the Midlands saying we've got either some freezing rain or sleet. Obviously, meteorologists can't be all over the Midlands, so we've got to use a lot of tools. One thing is we look at a correlation coefficient. This gives us the dynamics of what stuff is in the air, whether it's rain or debris. We usually use this during tornadoes, but you see all of this dark red, and then from northern Saluda through Newberry into Fairfield County and even northern Kershaw County by Lake Wateree, it's a little bit bright yellow. This is indicating that this is on radar very likely at least freezing rain, and then when you get to the northern part where it's the bright orange, that's very likely sleet by radar indication. Well, that's exactly what we have. So even though it looks like it's snowing in portions of Saluda, Newberry, Fairfield, and Kershaw County, at least we got confirmation that is sleet, and everybody else is dealing either with the rain or switching over into snow. And this is the dynamics all throughout South Carolina. A good chunk of snow is already occurring in the upstate. The question is now, Corey, how much of this stuff is actually going to turn into snow and ice for us later on tonight?
Yeah, Efren, and it looks like we have a while to go. We have a lot of moisture still coming out of the Gulf. So let's get right into that question. How much are we expecting? And let's start with the ice threat. That's going to be mainly confined to the 95 corridor, but we have seen a glaze over the central Midlands. But as for snow totals, the axis is going to set up right along I-20. And the further north and east you get, so as you get towards Sumter as well as Kershaw counties, you have a better chance of seeing an inch or more towards Columbia, right around an inch. And I think a good amount of us will see accumulating snow as you go throughout the night. So playing things forward, you're going to see that switch over to a snow. In fact, there was a report of maybe some snowflakes out in Newberry falling. So we might see that transition already occurring, and temperatures well below freezing. So anything that is wet on the ground looks to really have that possibility of freezing. So I think road conditions are not going to be great overnight. As you get towards about midnight, 1 o'clock, the precipitation shield is going to start to move away, and we start to quiet things down. But we are in for a very cold night here across the Midlands. We're expecting a middle to lower 20s possible overnight. Wind chills feeling like we're in the teens to start off your day. Temperatures not getting into at least above freezing until around noon tomorrow. So anything that is on the ground not expected to melt in the short term. Overall, a very cold 24 to 48 hours ahead with anything that does fall. So looking at timing, we are expecting that switch over to at least from freezing rain to sleet and a mix here in Columbia right around 7 to 8 o'clock. After that, the transition possibly towards some snow, and taking a look across the viewing area, at least a cold night ahead. So we're going to talk about that and talk about the 7-day forecast. It's cold ahead. We're staying right around 50 degrees Sunday and into Monday. So make sure to bundle up.
Well, despite the weather, there are still plenty of activities scheduled to take place this weekend. Here now are just a few. A last look at high definition Doppler right now, and we have some freezing rain, some sleet. We are expecting some snow, some accumulation possible in some areas of the Midlands later tonight. Our team of meteorologists on top of this for you right now. They will have an update for you when you join us for News 19 at 7. The CBS Evening News is next.
Thank you for watching News 19. Did you see a story you loved? Download WLTX on your Roku or Amazon Fire device and watch it again right now.
All righty, in 3, 2. Good Friday evening, Midlands. I'm Chief Meteorologist Efren Infante, and first let's start out with the noticeable thing about the temperatures. This morning, just before midnight, or rather a little bit after midnight, both the airport and downtown Columbia recorded a high temperature in the low 40s. Well, by late this afternoon, Columbia Metropolitan Airport dropped down to a low of 32, while the low temperature by this afternoon in downtown Columbia was 33 degrees. Over downtown Columbia, as we got into the early evening hours, we had freezing rain that was changing over to sleet. The air temperature was 32, but the winds out of the northeast at 8 miles an hour made it feel more like 26. Now, all the winter precipitation is already in place, and we've got winter storm warnings in effect for the north, central, and eastern Midlands until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then the western and southern Midlands for a winter weather advisory for the same time frame for tomorrow. This is what we got set up. There is a plume of moisture that's been coming out of the Gulf. This is a similar setup to Sunday. The only difference is a lot more of the moisture is concentrated along and south of Interstate 20. While there's a lot of snow in the upstate and into portions of North Carolina, we're dealing, at least for this evening, the sleet and freezing rain, but that will change over. And our forecast tonight, we will very likely see sleet and snow flurries ending early in the morning, but we're looking at a low of 23 degrees with a wind chill of 17. By tomorrow, it'll be mostly sunny, just maybe a few clouds in the afternoon, a high of only 40. And it's going to stay morning cold for a while. As we get into Sunday morning, we'll start off at 21, a high of 48, and then 26 degrees Monday morning with a high of 50. We'll reach a high of 49 on Tuesday with a chance for scattered showers, but then as we get into Wednesday, the sky's clear and the temperatures go down again to 47 on Wednesday, 45 Thursday, 43 Friday, and keep in mind the average high is supposed to be around 57.
Carolina.
And good evening now. Snow in the Midlands right now. Our northern communities are experiencing another round of the winter blast. This is what it looks like at this hour in Fairfield County. As you can see, that snow is coming down pretty good there. 7 o'clock here on a Friday night, and thanks for being with us. We are starting now with this icy weather. Our team of meteorologists, they've been following this for you throughout the day. In fact, over the last several days. We're going to bring in our weather team's chief meteorologist, Efren Afonte now.
Well, JR, we've been seeing on radar this light blue color that's indicating snow. The purple, that's indicating sleet, and then the pink is the rain, freezing rain. But again, other than the pictures that we're getting from many of our viewers here at WLTX and from the National Weather Service, we have to look a little bit carefully because it may not be actual snow or sleet or rain, so we got to use different models. Now, if you notice, I've circled here this very dark red. That's indicating the possibility of maybe freezing rain to sleet. But notice how bright these colors are when you get into the northern and western Midlands, particularly Saluda and Kershaw County, that bright orange. Well, this is indicating that all of this may be changing from to sleet to snow. And we're getting confirmation of that. So no doubt, areas from Saluda all the way up to Kershaw County and maybe even Lee County are already seeing snow, while many areas in the central Midlands are probably starting to switch over to nothing but all sleet. Well, the one thing is for certain, this is going to continue. And over downtown Columbia, we do have sleet coming down at 31 degrees. Now, our forecast for tonight, we're going to drop down to 23 with sleet and snow flurries ending before daybreak. And then tomorrow, big change. Lots of sunshine with a high of only 40. But JR, I'll tell you, I'd love to see the reports coming out of Winsboro, Camden, and Sumter because this radar is showing they got snow.
All right, Chief, thank you so much. Pictures are flooding our inbox of the icy conditions outside. You can see some of those photos there. And please keep sending in your pictures and videos. If it is safe to do so, you can text them to 803-776-9508. Be sure to put your name and where you're watching from, or you can go ahead and join our WLTX Weather Watchers Facebook page. Share them tonight or in the morning. We may use them on one of our broadcasts. We do have live team coverage of what's going on out there now. We've got our reporters all across the Midlands tonight covering this weather event. We're going to start our team coverage in Fairfield County, Taiwan, and Winsboro right now, and it is snowing there this evening, correct?
Yeah, that's right, JR. It is snowing. It's been snowing for about 20 minutes. Pretty exciting. It's going pretty fast. I want to show you this real quick if you want to follow me over here. If you want to look at this windshield, like I said, it's only been 20 minutes. It is already fully covered. That's how fast the snow is accumulating. Now, you know, luckily, it is really pretty to look at, but it is posing some dangers when it comes to the roadways. Now, earlier today, I spoke with the town manager of Winsboro, and he says that they are prepared for whatever Mother Nature has to throw at them later tonight.
I think we're much more prepared this week than we were last. We didn't really expect it last weekend. We had a lot of trees come down that we didn't anticipate coming down, especially around our reservoir, which really was problematic.
Now, JR, as the snow continues to fall here in Winsboro, it's also important to remember that it was raining just about an hour ago and the roads were slick. Now, if you want to look over here, the roads are very shiny. Now, luckily, it is just water, but as it gets colder tonight, everything's going to freeze over. So it's very important for you to stay at home and stay off these roads to ensure that you are safe tonight going into tomorrow morning. Now, that's an update that's happening right here in Fairfield County, and we're going to toss it over to our News 19 reporter Walker Lawson in Kershaw County. Walker, is it snowing where you are?
So Ty, we actually just moved locations a couple minutes ago, and I want you to take a look at why. Look up at this light pole behind me so you can get a good look. You're starting to see snow mix in with the rain here, so it looks like snow is finally starting to fall over here in Camden tonight. And earlier today, I spoke with one resident who said he's excited for the snowstorm.
I'm excited about the snow because I didn't see it since I left from Wilmington, Delaware. So, I mean, I'm really hoping that we get a little snow.
And what he was hoping for seems to be the case here, as it is now snowing here in Camden as well, along with the rain. We want to know what's going on in Sumter, so we check in with News 19's Kaylin Hagwood to see how conditions are going over there. Good evening, Kaylin. How is it?
Good evening, Walker. Well, no snow here in Sumter yet, but the rain is certainly coming down, and maybe something a little bit more concerning. We've got some signs of ice. I've been telling you about those signs, physical signs that are actually showing those sort of ice droplets and freezing over. That is something that you're certainly going to be watchful for, a concern on the roadways. Even the side of this pole, it is slick, it is ice right here on this side, so that is certainly a sign of that freezing ice and something, or freezing rain, and something that you're going to want to be concerned of. Again, over here on the roads, that rain starting to puddle up. These are the kind of conditions that officials have been working all day to try to help alleviate, to make sure that when the rain does puddle, that it doesn't freeze over and it keeps people safe. But again, this is something why they say that you should not be on the roads. But I want you to hear from Public Works with their message tonight.
My message would be to stay home, stay off the roads, especially early in the morning. There will probably be a lot of black ice, and the temperatures are calling for below freezing, so stay home, stay warm, stay off the roads.
Well, for those who are in need of a place to stay tonight, especially to keep warm, Sumter's Winter Shelter is actually open 24 hours tonight as well as tomorrow to keep folks warm who are in need. That is on Magnolia Street here downtown. Reporting live in Sumter, Kaylin Hagwood, News 19 WLTX.
All right,
JR?
Kaylin, thank you so much. Stay dry out there. In Blythewood tonight, residents are making sure they have what they need as all of this system heads their way, but residents visiting the Dollar General say they aren't panicked. They're simply going about their daily lives. Some saying instead of feeling worried, they're just looking forward to a little bit of snow tonight.
For some reason, it feels like it's a celebration right now because we haven't had snow in South Carolina in a long time. It's been a while, but it might come today.
Because I haven't seen snow here in a long time, and I've been here 20 years now, and I think I may have seen snow twice.
And the residents there, if they can hang on a little longer, they will probably see a little bit of snow later tonight. In prepping for the icy weather now, crews with the State Transportation Department spent their day spreading salt on roads throughout the Midlands. Here you see trucks pre-treating I-20 in Kershaw County. The department is urging you not to drive in freezing conditions if you can avoid it. If you absolutely have to be out and about, you are asked to drive slow and to stay as safe as possible. And the South Carolina National Guard is going to be helping as needed tonight and into tomorrow morning. Their activation comes after the governor declared a state of emergency ahead of all this weather. South Carolina National Guard will use their personnel and equipment throughout the state to keep major interstates clear and allow first responders to get to those calls for help. To keep you up to date with the latest on what's going on, be sure to download the WLTX app. You can watch live coverage and see your updated forecast anytime. You can also connect with our News 19 meteorologists. Be sure to check out their social media pages for their updates. And taking a live look at Fairfield County now, where it is snowing in Winnsboro. Our weather team continues to track this weather system here in the Midlands. We've got an update on that forecast coming up in just a few moments. Again, a live look in Fairfield County now where it is snowing in Winnsboro. I believe we have that picture. You can see the snow coming down there. If not, we will get back to that coming up in just a few moments. But right now, let's talk about a boil water advisory. It's in place in Richland County. It affects customers of Schoolhouse Road, Two Notch Road, Chestnut, and Waits Road. Columbia Water said they had an 8-inch water main break. Crews are now working to correct that problem. An update on Calhoun County schools for you now. We're being told that their online classes are over. They're going back to in-person classes starting on Monday. We're being told the district nurse wants to remind everyone that while the students are going back in person, that they're being asked to wear a mask in school, wash their hands, and maintain social distancing. And there is a form to report if a student has tested positive or has been in close contact with someone who has the virus. DHEC releasing some new updated coronavirus numbers today. The health agency reporting nearly 14,000 new cases, along with 55 additional virus-related deaths. The percent positive rate standing at just under 33%. Also tonight, DHEC says they've distributed their first shipment of rapid COVID tests for at-home use. The agency has ordered more than 2 million of the tests, and they've received about 140,000. These tests were sent to DHEC's public health departments across the state. They're going to be available starting Monday. You should visit DHEC's testing locator website to make sure your local health department has those tests available. You can find more information on that by going to our website, WLTX.com. All right, we're going to go back to Winnsboro now. I believe Tai Wong is standing by there, and that snow has been coming down now for the last half hour or more, correct, Tai?
Yeah, that's right, JR. Now, it's starting about around 6:45-ish and definitely has been falling at a pretty good rapid pace. If you want to look over there, you can see that the snow is already covering pretty much one of those awnings over there. And to see how fast that it is actually falling, just look very closely at the light and you can see that reflection of the snow. Now, it is really very pretty right now and it's nice to look at. The kids are probably excited. I'm excited, but it's also important to know that with the snow, it does bring very dangerous conditions on the road. So it's also important for you to know that you should not be on these roads right now. Yes, it is just water from the rain earlier, but eventually this will freeze on over. So be sure to take your time if you have to get on the road. Now, Fairfield County management, they did tell me that you should not be on these roads unless it is an absolute emergency. And if you do leave, it's important to let family or friend or anyone know where you are going and let them know that you are also getting there to your destination safely. But like I said, you are encouraged to stay home tonight and into tomorrow morning. But for now, I'm going to toss it back over to you, JR.
Tai, thank you so very much. We're going to bring in our chief meteorologist, Efren Afonte, and meteorologist Corey Smith now. You guys have been tracking the system for days. It's finally here, and a lot of people are happy in some areas as that snow is falling.
Well, JR, Ty's over in Winnsboro in Fairfield County. And yes, it's snowing, but look at the radar, the blue. And the blue in Newberry and the blue in Saluda. $2 will get you a 10 that you're seeing some snow as well in these counties. Even though there's a little bit of purple and pink in portions of Lexington County, the likelihood of this either switching over from freezing rain to sleet or sleet to snow is already occurring. How about the northeastern portions? Well, you see, very likely we've got snow in Kershaw County as well as in maybe the northern portions of Lee County, but a good amount of Richland, southern Kershaw, southern Lee, Sumter, where Kaylin Hegwood said it was raining but getting a little bit icy. That's probably the conditions right now, but that's also going to be changing over to all sleet very shortly. And then from Calhoun, Clarendon, Orangeburg, now, Aiken will get there in a second because you guys probably already have snow north of the city, but all of this is probably freezing rain transitioning over to snow at this time. The big question is, with the temperatures right now just below freezing, Corey, the big question comes down to how much of this is going to continue.
And we are watching to see really how things change. We have a lot of moisture here across the southeast, so a lot to go with this system, and with that we are expecting some snow. The last time we saw some measurable snow here in Columbia 2,900 days ago, looks like we could maybe break that record here. You can see here on the forecast going forward, we're going to continue to see things transition as we go throughout the night and really moving to the south here. So by 8 p.m., I think the I-20 corridor is starting to switch over towards sleet and snow. By 9 to 10 o'clock, seeing mostly snow. And that even continues down towards the south and east. So Orangeburg around 11 o'clock to midnight, maybe seeing some flakes falling and temperatures in the upper 20s. So any liquid on the roads, the ground, that's going to start freezing as we go forward throughout the night. Tomorrow looking very cold, not getting above freezing till about midday. So a very chilly day expected. So for timing, I think over the next 2 to 3 hours, we're going to see that transition over towards more of a snow for most of the viewing area along and north of I-20, coming a little bit later for the rest of us. Take a look at the 7-day forecast going forward. We are cold tomorrow, 40 degrees, plenty of sunshine though, so at least a little bit better than what we're seeing right now. We're cold through the rest of the week.
All right, thank you, Corey. And as always, you can find the latest information on the weather by going to the WLTX.com or the News 19 app. You can also connect with our News 19 meteorologists. Be sure to check their social media pages for any updates. And still ahead, a Midlands school is busy making some big changes. More on those developments in just a couple of moments.
News 19 Lake Levels are sponsored by Honda of Columbia, where you'll enjoy no-hassle pricing and a no-pressure buying experience. Honda of Columbia, Highway 378 at I-20.
Our News 19 meteorologist Daniel Bonds actually lives in Winsboro. He's been putting some pictures online about the snow accumulation on his back deck. Let's check in with Ty Wong. He's in Winsboro in Fairfield County tonight. It looks like it's sticking to the cars pretty good out there right now, Ty.
Yeah, that's right, JR. It is sticking to this car right here, and I'm gonna try to pick some snow up right now. As you can see, it's very light, it's very fluffy, so that is the plus side right now. And if you want to kind of look around, yeah, it's sticking on other objects, but it's not sticking on the roads. It's actually melting on the roads, which is a good thing, I guess you can say. But later on tonight, it's when that temperature drops. That's when the snow that melts on the road is not going to be a good thing. It's going to freeze over. It's going to turn into some black ice. So it's very important. I know we've been telling everyone since we've been predicting the snow to please stay off the roads. It is very, very important. We will bring the information to you guys, and if you want to share anything, send pictures over to us. You can email it to us. You can send me it on social media, on my Twitter. That's at Ty Wong News, or at us at WLTX on Twitter, or send it to us on Facebook. We want to see the pictures from you, so please stay home, stay warm. Don't get in this weather right now. I will tell you it is very chilly right now. But for now, I'm going to toss it back over to you, JR.
All right, Ty, thank you so very much. A quick break. We're back in just a moment.